Oh yeah, this game's a classic. I'm also just waking up. Please don't judge me. I like really need to like hype myself up to get up. Like guys, when I tell you like when my stream days happen, like I have my off days. I do stream every other day. So like today was my stream day. So when I wake up, I usually take like an hour in bed to like look at Twitter, look at Instagram, everything, respond to my messages, get everything done. Then I get immediately into drag and I don't even eat. I just immediately get on camera. So like this is my first opportunity to be like, hi. It's like a day at the office, but like fun. Because I have you guys. It's not like a boring job, but I see people that understand like if I'm like sitting here for a minute, like let me cook, let her cook. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the one with the story mode, yeah. This is the one for the Wii. This was released about 10 years ago. I think 10? Yeah, I love my job. I love doing what I do here. Streaming is a fun job. But like, it's also my full-time like occupation and like what I do for a living. Like I'm lucky enough to make this my full-time job, so I do have to take like other things into account. Like I don't take it too seriously, but I do have to like take those steps to be like, all right, today I have to send some emails and today I have to post TikToks for more visibility and I have to make content for this and that and I need to do this and that. Thank you, House Music, for resubbing for 2 years, baby. Thank you so much for 2 years. We hope and Alexa takes the title back tonight. I sure hope she does. Perfect. Yep, me too. I have this tab and Raw open. Well, I have my stream open and then Raw's in the other tab. Everybody manifesting. Good match tonight. Apparently there's a lot of WWE alumni there too. Something big might happen for the women. Let's hope. Let's pray. I'm gonna do like a dual thing. So my chat's gonna be smaller. I'm sorry if I miss. Alrighty, everything looks good. Everything's all set up for me tonight. Getting my breakfast in. Oh, do you guys like this dress? It's a sweater dress. It has like little billowy sleeves, little cuffs. It goes to the knee. Very pretty. I got some knit sweaters for the winter season. Well, knit dresses. Oops, I didn't mean to do this. Well, let's look at the original cast, shall we? Oh, also I need to change something. Testing, test. Testing, 1, 2. Testing. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. We'll see how that goes. I hope that's good. I saw some inconsistencies in my Bayonetta video and I was like, damn, because we were on different settings for the subathon and I was like, what the fuck? Watching them, I just got interested in it and now I'm hooked on WWE. Oh, I'm so happy. I mean, seriously, it's like my love. It's my passion. It's been in my family for so many years. Like, a lot of the current superstars are the same way. Like, they grew up with wrestling and I grew up with wrestling too, and it means so much more to me than just like a little silly thing on TV. Like, my dad and I bonded over it. So thanks for introducing WWE women into my life. And yes, you need to corner that stream market, please. Of course, yeah, literally. Yes, literally pro wrestling is supposed to be taken like drag. Like, it's seriously, they come out on stage, they have costumes, they have different names, they have theatrics. The only thing that's different is that they can possibly like, well, even with drag, you can get really hurt too, but like in the ring, you need to have like training and like all that stuff. But like, they do theatrics, like the athleticism and like what they do is fucking insane, but it's like all for the sake of entertainment. Like, they do cartwheels, they do backflips. One girl used to do this finisher that she was like twerking and then she would do a backflip onto somebody as her finisher. Like, so good. Like, watch Charlotte Flair's entrance. That's drag. That's like full drag. Or Ric Flair, or like even Stone Cold Steve Austin's persona. Like, he's like this beer drinking like dude guy, like just like a bro. Undertaker is so drag. Like, he is the definition of characterization on television. Like, obviously Undertaker isn't like that, and he's like such a staple in WWE. Like, he's iconic. Even if you don't watch WWE, you're like, Undertaker. But the women is just another love I have. The wrestling games are always fun. Yeah, I would love to do more of them here on the channel. The old ones are really funny. Like, you used to be able to do intergender wrestling by accident because they didn't like think of programming it that you couldn't. So you could have Undertaker go against Tori Wilson. I used to do it all the time. I used to roleplay. I'd be like, oh my god, Undertaker, don't hurt me. Camp. Oh my god, Undertaker has a documentary and it's like from his life. Honestly, one of the best I don't watch documentaries, but watching it, I was like, wow, this is amazing. All right, should we start Subspace Emissary? There's gonna be a cutscene, so I can just watch this nice cutscene while I'm eating my food. Like an iPad baby. One of the greatest of all time. Those are my girls. Those are the dolls. Those are trans rights. I'm not playing as Chris Pratt. Actually? Yeah, my screen's like fucked up. Hold on. I don't know why it does this, guys. I'm sorry. Hold on. Like, when my capture card, for whatever reason, because it's so old, like, fucks up. I'm like, why are you doing that? Like, what is that? Should be better now. Oh, still getting used to the controls. Let's hold on now. Vor. Ooh. Ah! Ooh, tasting your own medicine. Ooh, ooh. You like that? Watch this! Hiya! Clock him. How do I grab? Oh, I think I know. Yep. Take this! Giggles. I remember having the biggest crush on Pit when I played this for the first time because I never knew who he was. I was like, oh, he's such a cutie. I would love to play the Kid Icarus game. I think I have it for the DS. Like a 3D adventure game. One of the only ones. Oh, they're shaking hands. Oh, they're shaking the table. What? What's happening? Guys, I'm scared. Ah! The way this was fully like a terrorist attack. Like the things in Subspace Emissary, like they would plant bombs. Girl. Like, that's dark. Mothers. Mothers here to slay. This was a defining moment in queer history. I must say. This is when Zelda could do this! Two characters in one, talk about a reveal, baby! Yeah, and then there's just Mario. Zelda with a gun. Oh, oh, gag them, Zelda. You better. They want to be heartless so bad. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Girl, she takes so long to switch her forms. Like, what? What's taking you so long, girl? Minister? Girl. Girl, it's a bomb! Get down! I remember being so scared of this when I was a kid. I was like, that's literally a bomb in a stadium with so many people. You literally got gagged. Okay, this part, guys, was insane when I was a kid. I was like, I can't choose between them. I still can't. Who cares about sex? You want to know what I want to know? Did you save Zelda or Peach when you played Subspace Emissary? Looks like we got Peach, y'all. I didn't choose, I just beat at the thing. Zelda! Look out! Oh, someone help her! Oh my god!
Somebody say boom!
That was so inappropriate for you to do that. How dare you? I think I like the dynamic more of Peach and Kirby, and then like Zelda comes in later, because like essentially like the person that gets captured by Wario plays as like a scary character, like they get like possessed. So I like Zelda playing that role better. Yeah, they did get eaten by the black hole. Palutena! Was this when she wasn't playable? Yeah, this was when she wasn't playable. Crazy. She's one of the most underrated girl bosses of history, I must say. I must say. Palutena is such a queen. I used to have a poster of her in my room. I used to have the Super Smash Bros. Exclusive posters from the Nintendo website. But when I moved, they got ripped up, so kind of terrible. I had them framed and everything. Dun, 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 dun. I love the music here. Come on, Alexa. Take the title, girl. I need to see you back on top. No, Ronda actually lost her title on Friday to Charlotte Flair. She returned and beat Ronda for the title in 32 seconds. We're saved. Literally skill issue. Maybe don't be bad, Ronda. LOL, loser. Transphobia never wins. Charlotte Flair and Liv Morgan, enders of transphobia. AKA Ronda Rousey. If Alexa wins tonight, I'll gag. I hope she does. She's one of my favorites. I love Bianca, but I just want to see something like, I want to see it shaked up.
Introducing the challenger from Columbus, Ohio, Alexa.
Queen. Oh, my bad, sorry. I forgot you guys can see like my thing now because I have to do it in this mode. Because the Wii U's graphics get like almost corrupted in a way for some reason. I don't know why. You will never catch me playing Mario, sorry. Are they about to squash Alexa? There's no way. What are they doing? Like not even looking at Subspace Emissary right now. Damn. I'm surprised they let Alexa take that bump. That was hard. Alright, it's commercial. Commercial. Oh, cute reference. Oh my god. Don't make me play Mario, please. Hi, Cass! Oh my god, so happy to see you! Thank you so much for coming. How are you doing? I hope everything's going well with you. Happy belated holidays. Or whatever you want to say. Holidays are over, but... I know, isn't he so cute? He is so cute. I miss you too! Thanks for coming by and resubbing. 21 months. Damn! Happy New Year to you as well. My face feels like tight. Tight, isn't it? Wrinkly Kong! The way they stopped making Smash Bros. DLC is actually kind of insane. Like, they should have just kept doing it. Like, why stop? That was my problem with the new game. Like, why was Sakurai... Like, I understand he needs a break, but, like, why say that it's gonna be the end of the DLC? I would just, like, keep it open-ended. You know? There's like so many people we still need. We need more Echo Fighters. We need this little face. Oh my god, she's so fierce. Look at this art. We need Bandana Waddle Dee. We need Rayman. Oh, this scene I used to roleplay in all the time. I used to be like, oh my gosh, Kirby, we're on a spaceship. I'm so scared. Kirby, what do we do? This is literally what I would do with my cousin. Like, we would both play. He'd play as Kirby, and I'd be like, oh my god, what are we gonna do? Oh, I have this turnip. Let me eat it. Oh my god, there's someone coming. Run! Run! Run fast for your mother and fast for your father. I literally would do that. This is one of the like, this is one of the games I used to roleplay in all the time because there was Zelda and Peach and you could play multiplayer, so me and my cousin could play it together and roleplay. Oh! Peach going, ah! That's my mother. Oh, I used to love these things. They're so cute, this enemy. Oh, and this sheep thing is so cute. The enemies in this game are fierce. Bianca is stomping Alexa. It's making Alexa look so weak. I'm interested to see what they do. This is really interesting. But I also love that like Alexa's heal persona is happening. Like she has so much, she's such a better heal. It's insane. These little guys. Real. Peach's Drag Race. Oh, I forgot we get to play as Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong. Oh, we need Dixie Kong in Smash. Like, why is she not in? Literally getting cut from every game. The slap noise? Bitch! They need to bring, why is that not in the new game? That is so cunt. The frying pan too, they need to bring back. With the frying pan sound effect. So good. This game had so much charm and personality. Don't kill me. Hello, Denny. Oh my god, oh, please. I'm getting my shit rocked by these little guys. Can you please? Peach with a gun, die. Stop it. Oh. That wasn't me. Oh! Peach, oh! I'm alive. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. Okay, it's the end of the level anyway. And we have Kirby. Yeah, wasn't this the first game after Melee? Of course it was probably gonna get hate. LD star from Mario Party 5! A nice, that's a deep cut, a deep reference. This is where we get to play Donkey Kong. Silly bananas. The music here is so good too. Daddy down. Daddy Kong. He's so cute.
Ah, okay. Wow.
Oh my god, Alexa's nose is bleeding. I want to get the jungle bongos and do a stream of it. That'd be so fun. Can I please hit this button? Smack cam. Giggles. Oh. Bunnery! Don't take my queen. My leg fell asleep. Oh my god. Blocked. Oh. A baseball bat. I fell. Oops. He better. Wait, let me do his emotes. That one's my favorite. Good music. Good shit. Good shit. Big boy. I dodge. Oh my god. It's okay. We play Donkey Kong. It's like we're playing Diddy Kong now. Oh, I like that she changed her insult to injury. Okay, now that I think about it, there's no way Alexa's winning tonight. That would be strange. Oh, that was good, Alexa. I'm nervous. Like, I don't know what's gonna happen. They're so cute. Bowser's like, hello, everyone. This person in the mask behind Alexa. Alexa, you're in a match right now, please. This is stupid. That's gonna cost her the match. Why did she do that? Wait, ew, that's so scary. There's so many people around the arena with masks that are watching Alexa. Ew. Leave my sister alone. Well, now Bianca's gonna do the kiss of death. Alexa, stop. What is happening, girl? Oh, Alexa! She's beating the shit out of the ref! Girl! Well, it ended in DQ, probably. Oh, she just twisted Bliss to the steps. Period. Bianca's bleeding too. What is happening? Well. Oh, she's not done, girl. This is when Summer Rae comes out. I love this enemy with the little chickens in the big suits. They're so cute. Girl, Bianca's fine. Why did the health team come out? Girl. Anyways, back to this. That's what I needed to see. We're good. Oh, Jesus. Good night. Thank you for hanging. I think there's a secret over here. There is. I don't know how to get up there though. Yes! Okay. That was aggressive. No, I want to do the fight is on.
The fight is on!
The fight is on!
The fight is on! The fight is on!
Hi, Ariel. Welcome in.
The fight is on! The fight is on! The fight is on!
The fight is on. Girl. Oh. Oh, yes. I literally saw a TikTok of Subspace Emissary and I was like, I'll play it. Why not? You know? I'm a quirky girl. Hold on, I have something that I need to fix. That should be better. I don't know. We'll see. Blah, 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 blah. Welcome. Hi, Junior. It's so good. One of the best. One of, if not the best, Smash story mode. Because it's like one of two, but you know. This outdances the new one. I mean, all of them, really. Where's my... Oh, my phone isn't in here. It's in my kitchen. And I don't want to stand up. Well... Ugh. I gotta stand up. Stand up! Shut up! And fight me! Oh, it's Austin Theory. Nobody cares! Cares! I got my phone. Wow. I have to talk really loud for my mic to get it now, huh? Try that. That should be better. I don't know. Ba 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 ba. Okay, that's better-ish. I'm just browsing the TL. Are you serious? One of my videos from literally a year ago just got copywritten and taken down. What? I can't. Oh, this was so good. This boss fight, ugh. Them adding him here was so random, but so good, girl. So hot. Listen, I'm not a furry, but Fox is hot. He also doesn't have a name. It's just Fox, but okay. Oh, he clocked him. Did you see that? Also, Fox's voice is like deep. Like, that's a man. What are Fox's emotes? Hear you what? You're doing what? Real AF. Music here, so good. Hi, Max. Oh, Wolf takes it. Not like that, but like, he's fine. Falco's a pretty boy, like pretty femboy. I actually play a lot of Falco in Smash Ultimate. This boss fight's so good. It's so good. So good. Oh. Oh, Crystal. I'm surprised they never added her. They should have added her as an Echo Fighter. So rude. So fucked up. I just don't understand why they only added like 7 Echo Fighters when they could have done one for at least every character almost. Bayonetta, Yoshi, Diddy Kong, Yoshi being Birdo, Bayonetta being John, Diddy Kong being Dixie Kong, Fox and Crystal. Like, I just don't get it. They could have done Luigi, Waluigi. I agree. Now hold on. I mean, if Mario Kart 8 is gonna get updates, like why can't Smash, you know? I would say they both can keep getting updated. Like, if they just like added like more characters to, if they kept doing what they're doing and more content for Smash Ultimate and then more characters to Mario Kart 8, yeah, I'd be fine. I would literally be fine. Or new stuff to Mario Kart 8. I don't know. If you look at it, hold on, I'm gonna turn this down. If you look at Mario Kart 8 from a business perspective, I understand why they haven't made a new one and they're just making DLC, but is this Fire Emblem music? I think this is Fire Emblem music. I get as like the general consumer why it's frustrating, but like if they were to put out Mario Kart 9, right? Mario Kart 9 would rival its own game, Mario Kart 8, on the same system and create a dynamic in the purchasing and eShop that wouldn't go. Like everything, either Mario Kart 8 would still get sales and then Mario Kart 9 wouldn't get any because everybody likes Mario Kart 8 more, or Mario Kart 9 gets sales and Mario Kart 8 just dies off, which I don't think they want to do either because I think Mario Kart 8 kind of still holds up today with the stuff they're adding. So, with that said, if there was a new system, however, I could see them doing that, even if it's a Switch Pro. But considering, like, Mario Kart 8 is the game for the Switch, like, there are packs that come out to, like, buy the Switch and Mario Kart, and, like, it's Nintendo's bread and butter. I understand why they haven't made a new one. But, like, I just think Nintendo always flops the game in terms of marketing. Like, it's really unfortunate because they're, if I would say probably the most popular brand across like video game. Like, yeah, Sony and Xbox have a good following, but like I would say Nintendo worldwide is probably the greater, just because of like how it's been like since like early, like it was the system. So like I get it, but like they always flop the bag. There's Like Animal Crossing, for instance. Animal Crossing, the new one, New Horizons, could have been such a cash grab for them. They could have added more gyroids. They could have added microtransactions for different, like, new content, like new furniture. They could have added more amiibo cards. They could have done more collaborations. They could have added more content through the years. They could have added more stuff from the mobile app into the new game, but they didn't, because for whatever reason, Nintendo is horrible with continuing to update their games and continue content putting out. Like, they're not with the times of like these games like Dead by Daylight and like Apex Legends and like all these games that, you know, those games that continue to put out like content because they're in the rotation of video games being played. They just put out more content and DLC. Nintendo, for whatever reason, isn't good about that, and it's for better for worse, but I would rather them to put out more content and pay for it than no content at all, because they literally were like, yeah, fuck Animal Crossing, yeah, this Mario Kart 8 pack is done, like after this we're not doing anything, and oh, after Smash we're not any more people. Like, why? Yeah, Nintendo Sports, they were like, we're gonna do an update, and then they're like, nah. And they do an update every, like, what, 7 months? Like, what is that? You guys are like the best, if not one of the most wealthiest companies. And I know that because they don't do sales on their goddamn eShop. So what are you holding back? So weird, so weird. By the way, hi Talos, hi Epsi. Babyhead, thank you for the follow. Hi Lee, I'm doing good. Chillin'. Doing the thing. Playing Subspace Emissary on the Wii. Have I watched the cutscenes before in this game? Oh, it's the best. It's a classic. Yeah, I've played this game like 10 times over. This is a classic. Thank you, babyhead. Yeah, it's a little weird. I don't know if I necessarily want a new console. Like, do we really think a new Switch? Like, I don't know. Some of them are, a lot of them are original house music. There are some, it's like 50-50, honestly. I can point out if they're original or not. Like, these little smoochum enemies, they're original. They're not from any other game. And the sheep, the chicken ones, those are original. Okay. No, but there are some, like the Goombas, the Koopa Troopas are obviously recognizable, but I know in the later levels or in the previous versions, like these are original. They're not in any other game. In the other games, they would have the Redeads from Zelda. Like they were the zombie kind of scary things. I know they brought those back. I know in the level, I'll have to, like, I'd have to see them, but I know it's like kind of 50-50. Like, this is an original. This is not from anything else. I think the scariest Redeads are from Twilight Princess, I think it is. No, not Twilight Princess. I actually think the Wind Waker ones are pretty scary, even though they're cartoony. Smash Run? I don't even remember that. I never really did like multiplayer. Oh, was that like the Mario Kart board? If you didn't know, the Hammer Bro, that's a Mario enemy. I don't know if you knew that. Those guys are definitely not original to this game. Who's Mario? Your mom. Oh, really? Oh, wait, yeah, I do remember it. And y'all know I love Kirby Air Raid. Oh, I love Lucas because if you play Lucas with the red hair, it looks like me when I was a younger kid. Like, Lucas with red hair looks like me when I was a baby. I have pictures to prove it. Real. Realest bitch in the Twitch chat. Hey, I want that. Give me the trophy. I want that trophy. Brown you. Smacking some ass. Oh. It's weird to see the difference in like their playstyles from this, because they're so different. Oh, no worries, you can lurk. I haven't fixed my lurk command in like a while, but thank you for lurking. I haven't fixed it since I got my new computer, and that's been like a couple months. Oh, I love these battles. Please don't hurt me. They had a Smash Bros Club at my school too, and I kicked all of the guys' asses. I walked in and said, wait a second, guys. And I won every match I played. We were gonna do a tourney, but it didn't work out because they were mad that I beat them. Can you put the fucking piranha plant thing down, the fire flower? Sir, fight me like a man. How much does that have in it? Put that down. Where's my banana? Why does he still have it? Someone stop him. Now, what was that? I love Diddy Kong. The way I just wrecked him. Easy mode. Is this easy mode? Girl. Watch out! Dodges. So me. I love his silly little hat. I want to get like a red, well, maybe not a red hat, because then it would look like a Trump hat. Diddy Kong wears a Trump hat? Oh God, I thought I could trust him. This is where the gay squad comes out. Oh wait, well, they're still the gays. I thought it was Marth and Ike, but it's Ness and Lucas, so still. Little gay boy. First time in drag. This boss fight was so scary when I was a kid. I was like, what the? Literally, this used to scare me. I was like, oh. Hi, gaming guy. Can I please stop being tangled in cords? I beg. Very good music. These butter things are original too. Big gay freeze! We did it! Oh my God! How did that even happen, Lucas? Suddenly the stick's gone. That's a little disturbing. He is a little guy. He's so cute. I wish they would make like a new gen game, like with the Mother Earthbound series, that it's like kind of like a, what the? Like a 3D, or at least updated graphics. Kind of like how Pokemon did it. 2D to 3D. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Hatsun Cereza, so real. Welcome in. Oh my God, Bayonetta is Miku? This part's so sad. I used to always be mad at Lucas for this. I was like, you let Ness die! It's your fault! Square now. Exactly. I'm low-key a Pokemon trainer main. I love Squirtle. Oh, these things are scary. I don't think these guys are original. I could be wrong, though. Oh, that's right. We don't have Ivysaur yet. We have to get them. I just tried changing into Ivysaur. Oh, let me charge my P. These things are so weird. Stop! Stop multiplying! Thank God. Chiriachi! A Ticken. Don't kill me, please. Where the fuck am I? Oh. Hello, everyone. Big Squirtle. I never understood what those pages did. My damage? Okay. At the end of the level. Real. Girl, you need a friend. You can't go all by yourself. Is there gonna be another women's segment in wrestling? Well, they're gonna have a fucking 3-hour match because the Bloodline has 3-hour matches. Ugh. Oh, this is where the gays come out. Ike, Meta Knight. I actually love this squad pairing. Ike, Marth, and Meta Knight. Such a slay squad. It's so sad. The Robs are so sad because they know they're gonna die. It breaks my heart. Speaking of wrestling, is 205 Live still not a thing anymore? Yeah, it's not a thing anymore. It went down basically after quarantine, just because like they couldn't keep up with it, and a lot of the people from the cruiserweight division got fired. I'm excited for a new Fire album. It's coming out in less than 20 days. And we're gonna see Marth come back and a bunch of new characters. My god, I'm so excited to stream that for you guys. I love Fire Album games and I played the last one for the first time ever. And like, I'm so excited I get to experience this for the first time on stream with you guys. Like, it's gonna be such a monumental thing for me. Like, I don't know, like, it's just one of my guilty pleasures. Yep, this is the new Fire Album right now. The protagonist is cute. Shut up. At least it's not that whiny bitch from Pokemon. That bitch had toothpaste hair and nobody said a damn thing. These things were fierce. The original enemy concept arts in this game are fierce. There's a lot of fierce enemies. These guys, the ho ho ho. NB icon, real. So real. I have to go to Best Buy on the 20th because Best Buy might have deluxe editions and it's first come first serve, and I really want the deluxe edition of the new Fire Emblem game because all of the pre-orders are sold out everywhere else, but Best Buy said first come first serve. Anybody, do I know anybody that works at Best Buy? Hey, help a girl out. Fuck. The Fire Emblem games basically center around romance, so people are saying the romance is going to be minimal, but like, there's no way for anybody to figure that out without buying the game, and there's no leaks right now, so we have to wait and see. But there's no way they didn't add romance. Like, it's literally why Fire Emblem exists, is romance. It's such a big feature in the game. The only reason the last game didn't have it because it was a Dynasty Warriors type of game and not a main series Fire Emblem. Here they come, the gays. They changed Marth's model to more masculine, you're saying? Best soundtrack, this soundtrack. Yeah, I mean, Smash was probably catering to their redacted market because they want to make it, they believe in the two genders. Yep, it's a Kirby song. Kirby! These guys suck. Give me that. The end boss fight in this is such like a staple. I feel like if you don't know the end boss in this game, you're crazy. It was literally such a defining moment. I wonder what the translation there is. Oh, cute. Dr. Shrek! My favorite Animal Crossing character. Please. Is the phenomenon of Taco Bell? Y'all really love that? I don't know. I've never had it, so I don't know. True. It's good, like, drunky food. Like when you're a little tipsy and you're like, I want a little... Oh, this part, girl. Oh no, I fucked up. Oh. I guess I didn't. Well, thank God I jumped out. Oh, well, time for Meta Knight. When Meta Knight says come. What did you say, Meta Knight? Oh.
Fight me.
Yeah, he has like an infinite combo in this game, I think. Meta Knight turns into a butt plug. Just missed it. That's my daddy. That's my man. Ooh! Do y'all feel that? It's hot in here. Oh, I'm sweating. Fuck. I'm getting my shit rocked. Walks. Do you know Meta Knight is just an inverted Kirby with a mask? That's literally what he is. He's just inverted Kirby. Spherical. Oh, this part's camp.
Hey, Luigi.
Oh, poor Luigi. Wasn't this the first game Dedede was playable? The Waddle Dees? They're so cute. Kirby right back at ya. That's a good one. Oh, this is when we play Yoshi and Link. They have so many different storylines going on. Crazy. They have Mario and Pit, Kirby and Peach, Diddy Kong and Fox, Meta Knight, Ike and Marth, Lucas and Pokemon Trainer, and now Ike and Yoshi. But they're about to merge with Mario and... This is my multiverse of I mean, literally, right? Oh, Navi, cute. Oh, the Zelda music, cute. I want him to put that in my butt. I'm sorry. I'm just joking. Kinda. Oh, Yoshi's so cute. That weekend's gonna be so fierce. Royal Rumble, WWE pay-per-view, and Fire Album coming out on that Friday. So good. Fire Album on the 20th, then on Sunday is the Royal Rumble. That's gonna be such a good weekend. I want to play this guy. My favorite Link I think this is the Twilight Princess design, is it not? I think all of the Zelda characters in this are based off Twilight Princess. I know Ganon's was. And Zelda. Hey, Sherry. Oh, these things are fierce. The puppets, so good. The enemy designs in this game are so good. It's crazy. I wonder who worked on them, because they're all pretty, like, iconic. Pina, don't turn me into marketable plushies. Pina! These things annoyed the fuck out of me, dude. Oh, clocked. They look like a fruit roll-up. Oh, boing. 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 Okay. Ooh, I have such a good idea. What if after, when we wrap up the entire story before the final boss fight, what if we do like a who do we think was the best pairing? Like a almost like a tier list, like a top 5. Because there are so many pairings in this. There's Pikachu and Zero Suit Samus, there's Olimar and Captain Falcon. They do so many. These are the All-Stars teams. All-Stars 1 is Wondering. I love Zelda's design in this game. I like her design in the new game, but I think her design in Twilight Princess is one of my favorites. I don't know. I think if not my favorite. Like of all of her art, except for Breath of the Wild. Her Breath of the Wild art in the white winter dress is my favorite. Hello, I love your lipstick color. It's actually Kimchi Beauty, and you can use code Nemesis LaCroix at checkout. It is, I will tell you. Actually should have this on my desk. It is lipstick color TTYL Hello Hello. And you can get that at kimchibeauty.com. Oh! Oh my god, these things when you took their shell off and they would get scared they're naked. So gender though. What are Yoshi's taunts? Go. Oh my goodness. Oh, this part? Fierce. This is his first game too. Oh, yes, we're about to do Zero Suit Samus and Pikachu. Yes! When you literally couldn't play Zero Suit Samus in this game unless you did like a special button combination when playing in a match. That was honestly so cunty though. Like I would be like, watch me do this and then start as Samus and then take it off. Ooh. So fierce. Zero Suit Samus is so body goals. I honestly should get a Zero Suit Samus like cat suit. I don't know why I haven't. There's some characters that like their cosplays are so easy, but I don't have, which I need to get. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. All-time Smash character. I love women. True. Also, thank you to, I'm not sure which one this was. It was Curtis or Denny. But this came in today. One of my Christmas presents is the Slockoth plushie. Such a cutie. I love that all my favorite Pokemon are Slocking, Slowpoke, Slowbro, Slockoth, Slot. Like it starts with S's. Like it's the Kardashians. I love this little fucker. Yeah, Slockoth. What was that noise? Did you guys hear that? What was that? Oh, is that the background noise? Is that the soundtrack? Oh my god, it's so loud. Girl, that scared me. Bum, 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 bum. Hello? Is someone there? Okay, this is about to eat. I love this part of the game. That's my mother. Body fucking goals. Oh, she's so pretty in this game too. Like, come on, dude. I have one. Mine hasn't drifted. Yeah, it sucks that they have so much history with Joy-Con drift and drifting controls. It's ridiculous. Clocked. Like, she's so fierce. Okay, now I really want to do a Zero Suit Samus cosplay. Oh, this part's so sad when she finds Pikachu getting tortured. This is like dark, this story mode. Really dark. Stop! Help him, girl! Mother. She said, don't touch my baby. Oh, Pikachu's ready to fucking fight. Actually, I want to play Pikachu. I will fight. I will fight. And they're so unexpected, like Zero Suit Samus and Pikachu, but it works. It just works. Also Pikachu's crawl with his little booty. His little butt. He's so cute. He's so cute! Oh, fuck. She said, let me giggle. Oh, Bailey's having a match. Haley looks good. Houndstooth jacket, glasses. She looks hot. I'm in. Be nice. Not too much on Mother now. Is she gonna fight Becky? Is that what's happening? I don't understand. Oh, she's cutting a promo? Dakota and you look really good. I love that gear on Dakota. Okay. As I die. Well, that's what I get. Dakota, my WWE streaming queen. I'm King Coda. Oh my god. Oh, doesn't she have the... That's right. Just her down B gives her more mobility in the air. I love Becky in these bundles and the leather. Becky looks good. Oh, Becky looks right. Okay. She's saying?
Fraud. Unable to do anything by yourself.
Right. Oh, I didn't do the down B. Hiya, King's Roar. Got him.
Else. Becky, you know you should shut up, okay? I know you're just upset because you lost. You see, when I lose, I don't get mad.
One second. Aw, man, I was hoping we'd get a return. Come on. Anyways. Oh, shit. Sugar honey iced tea. Oh, please. Ugh. Oh, the end of the level's right here anyway. Work. Glitch, thank you for the follow. Oh, my arms. My body has been like so tired lately. Like, just like my body is like, wake me up, girl. No, don't put the Samus suit on. We want to see your bobs. Why did Kirby leave Peach here? He was like, bye, bitch, and ran. Oh, mother. Locked. She said, what the fuck? The music here is so good. Love this stage too. You can't play in this stage in the normal game. They should have made it so you can play in it. Oh my god, she's clocking me. Oh! Oh! Oh shit. That was close. Just walk. Oh yeah, that's right, because if you play as Mario and... So if Zelda gets captured, Mario and Pit do that fight, because then Link sees you killing Zelda. Also, the way this story is told with no dialogue tells you how good it is. Like, that's crazy. There's too much happening. I'm being overstimulated. I don't even know who I am. Can you not throw? Oh! I didn't die. I don't know what you're talking about. Girl. There's too much happening there. I get distracted easily. Please be nice. Why is Yoshi huge? Yoshi looks huge. Jesus. Getting destroyed. Oh my god! I died because the fucking bumper I put down.
Continue.
Cut. I just unplugged my headphones by accident. Oh. Don't. I didn't mean to, please. I'm embarrassed. I was excited to use the bumper, and then I died to it. Oh, that was nasty. Did you see me spike him? Bro, I clocked him. He said, what the fuck? Yes. Kirby. Mia Yim? Hi, basketball. Hi, glitch. Thank you, basketball. Oof. Oh, goodbye, I guess. Girl, I don't have to do anything. If I just stand here, they're gonna run off the edge themselves. Bye. I didn't even do anything. I just stood there. Big Kirby. Ah! Ew it. Fuck. Fuck. I love Kirby. He's so silly. Oh, the dance break almost killed us. Me never picking Mario, true. So real. Oh, these things, dude. They used to piss me off so much when I was a kid. But I can take them now. Okay. Hi, Piggy. This is really pretty. Get away from me, you beast. I still don't know what the pages do in this game. It's so random. That was a good little set from Becky. That was a good combo. Hello. Honestly, he looks hot. I'll say it. I mean, I will literally be the one to say it. Like the hair all like comb backed and handsome. Like, come on, guys. He looks hot. Oh, this is Olimar and Captain Falcon. Nope, I lied. They're not till like late game, honestly. I will play as Pokemon Trainer. Eee. Can I please jump? Okay. Oh shit. Girl! Stand up! Oh my god, these things! These things I loved, because I was like, they're so colorful, and I love rainbows because I'm gay. When I was like, what? Young, so... Oh, the music here, yes. The map designs are really unique too in this, which is surprising for the Wii. Oof. Girl! Stretch. Oh, that does so much damage. Oh, yes. I got the back spike. Oh my god, I couldn't fucking roll around. Holy shit, did you see how much I just healed from the firepower? Clocked him. Got him so good. We'll find him. Girl, don't go in there. Isn't this what saves them later in the game? I'm pretty sure that's what saves them. So silly. Bowser, please. Bro just literally destroyed a building. Like, hello. Oh. %, but it doesn't mean anything because in the later game it resets back to 1. Real. I totally forgot that happens. Like, you want to restart the game? Well, it's in our story mode, so. You want gay shit? Because Tabuu kills everybody except for Sonic? I forgot who the sole survivor is. But then you have to go get everybody. I think it's Sonic. 'Cause that's like his reveal, is that he's like, I'm here to save the day. Honestly, the first time I saw that, I was gagged when Sonic came in. I was like, oh! But like nowadays, I'd probably be like, oh. Or I'd probably moan because Sonic is hot. Sorry. I'm here to spill the tea. I love it too. It's so good. I think I could turn wrestling off. I don't think there's going to be any more women's segments. Okay. That was so unnecessary. I'm gonna be honest, I hate the main squad of Subspace Emissary, like Link, Kirby, Yoshi, Pit, and Mario. Just not because I hate the characters, because I hate all of their playstyles. Like, I don't main any of those characters, and I'm not very good at any of them, so... Like, when it comes to this, I'm like, alright. There's an Alexa Bliss segment, hold on.
Earlier on tonight on Raw. I'll be right now.
Get her, Alexa! Yes. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, like, I love Bianca, but the title picture on Raw has been so, like, stale because, not Bianca's fault, but I think because we knew Bianca was gonna beat Bailey because they had beef. We knew Bianca was gonna beat Becky, but, like, having her against Alexa, somebody that's not one of the four horsewomen, and, like, someone that's not, like, Alexa's an icon, but, like, having her almost, I don't know, like, it feels like not even. I mean, I guess it kind of feels even, but I feel like Bianca outclassed or, like, is such, like, a superstar. I don't know. It's hard to explain. Like, I felt like the storylines before were so predictable, and this storyline is actually refreshing because I have no idea which way it's gonna go. Opposed to Bianca and, I mean, Bailey and Becky, which are basically to help Bianca. Not help. Like, to kind of put her over a little bit. I feel like Alexa's not trying to put Bianca over. They're both, like, doing, like, in it together, like they want the story. I don't know, it's weird. I just like I'm enjoying what they're doing. Oh, I died? Hi, Gio. Does he not have his down smash? Oh, he does. Oh my god. What is this section? Stop this. Stop this madness. Stop. Make it stop. I've had enough. Stop. Stop. Oh my god. Why can't I run? Do you see that? Like, what is happening? Oh. Blew too hard, I guess. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Yoshi! Girl. New... Oh, Nem. Which set of Bayo guns do you like? What do you mean? I don't care about the secret. Get me out of this level. Girl, put Zelda down. Like from the first sec. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. Very controversial yet brave opinion about the Bayonetta series. Considering we just finished them, right? And now I've played all three in the last, like, 3 months. So I have kind of a good perspective and understanding. I think if the story wasn't so bad, and I'm not saying this because I don't like Viola, I'm saying this because the story is so poorly written and integrated with the first two games, I think Bayonetta 3 would have been one of the best games I've ever played. Because the gameplay, the graphics, the looks, the dialogue, the music, everything. I think 3 is my favorite. Like, I love the 3-barrel gun. The second game, though, the design I think is my favorite. Something about the short hair Bayonetta and the blue guns, that like cobalt blue is so stunning. But I like the theme of purple in the new game because that purple is like so signature. It's like witchy almost. It feels like when I see that color purple, I think Bayonetta, which is like something I would never think before until Bayonetta 3 came out. Because like I was reading something last night, I was trying to read the lore to understand 3 a little more, and there are so many plot holes and things that they didn't do right with Bayonetta, the third one. I'm like, what the fuck, guys? My ear is so itchy today. Stop. If I'm gonna cosplay Bayonetta, I want the cosplay of the second game because it's my favorite. But I looked it up last night and it's like 250 bucks. And that's without the glasses. That's without the guns. Okay. So, I don't know. Long-term goal, I guess. They served cold food in 3. Yeah, basically. Hello? There we go. Like, I can do that. I need to go to the bathroom again in a second. I have to pee so fucking bad. Go piss, girl. Okay. Let me go pee. Let me take a piss. I'm back! Hi, did you miss me? I want to be honest with you guys. If this like gig that I was asked to do in the next week gets canceled, it will break me. I will not be okay. I'm so serious to you. It's like one of my dream things I want to do. And if it doesn't happen, I'm probably going to be very upset. So, let's hope it happens. I know. I think I'll find out in the next, like tomorrow or the day after. Because everybody's coming back to the office. I really pray it goes through because it's like such a dream of mine. Dream on! Dream on! Why does Squirtle keep getting stuck on walls? Enough. Oh my god, this part I remember annoying me so bad because they just put windy guys and these guys to kick you back. We're probably gonna need that. Oh! Oh! That was close. Girl, the bomb? Did somebody say boom? You could be the boom operator. I forgot that's a bait. Whoa! Chill out, bros. Woo! 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 Crash Bandicoot. Woo! Is that where I want to go? I think that's a secret. Girl. Oh, the way it was the end of the level. Real. Okay. Ivysaur. That's my baby. I love Ivysaur. That feels like cheating. You didn't even like... That was so... Oh my god, I'm about to die already. They do so much damage. Stop this! Oh, damn it. Ivysaur! Girl. Oh, bye, I guess. Oh my god. Good luck is right. This should help. Oh my, I didn't mean to do that. How am I supposed to? Okay, we're good. All right. All right. Leave Ivysaur out of this. Please be nice. They are not being nice to my baby boy. Okay, we're good. Hello. I didn't know you were here. I didn't know this cuckoo was happening today. Girl. Oh. Wait, you have so much damage. Stop that. Whoa, buddy, you need to calm it down. He just tried edge guarding me. Oh! I'm good, Mario. How you doing? Give me this. Oh my god. He's stomping us. Oh, you better keep that down. Okay, we did it. Now we have all the Pokemon for Pokemon Trainer. Slay. Oh, this. Uh-oh. It's about to get nasty in here. Oh, they wait to do it in another chapter? Chapter. That's the boss right there. Marth's like, I can't. I'm done. I'd like to play as Ike for a little bit, please, and not die like we did last time. Eat that! I know, their story kind of sucked.
Prepare yourself.
Prepare yourself. Oh my god, that was so close. Oh, I'm dead. Oh wow. Those things are so troll. Girl, turn the wind machine off. Oh, I missed one. I just want to ride one up. Oh! Oh, these things! They're so cute! Oh, like baby in the thing. So cute. Yeah, I mean, I think Melee is just for people that are like competitive players, honestly. Because the game's really high pace. Is it not? I think the new one, though, is really good too, though. For like competitive playing. Oh, wow. I just see this one as more of a story game than anything. I don't know if I would like play it, like, if I'm looking to like play with friends, you know? Especially when the new one has all the characters from this in it.
Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself.
I'm gonna die here because these guys. Oh, that was close. Oh, oh my god. Well, that didn't work. We did it, I guess. This is an extra. Extra, extra. Okay. Oh, he's dead. I fucked that. Oh, okay, easy. If they made another Subspace Emissary with cutscenes, I wonder how Bayonetta would have handled because of the E rating. Oh, that's an interesting thing. Yeah, because the new one, they have that. Honestly, I should play Bayonetta 3 with the filter mode. I should replay it and see what's different. I think that could be funny. I think Meta Knight will be the best in this fight. I don't know what game this guy's from. Is he from Mega Man? Oof. I'll look it up after this. He's original. It's a pretty cool design for being original to Brawl.
Prepare yourself.
Now he falls for Pokemon Trainer and Lucas to fight. So bad. When he appears, what the? Excuse me. I think the Samus and I like when you even play as Peach and Zelda and they escape it with each other. That's like so cunty. I like everything that takes place on the ship. What is it called? It's Megamite. What is his name? Meta Knight. Not his ship. And the Galleon or something? I don't know. Yes, Meta Knight! Oh, bye, Wario. Damn. Do not give a fuck about Wario. I wanna know what it feels like to be in that. I wanna go in one. My controller keeps dying, but it's full charged. The fuck? We gotta play as them again? Chase him down. Get him, girls. Sitting on a secret. Stage is taking forever to move. I think they eat. Except for Mario. Mario would not eat. He can eat dirt. That's what I want him to do. I'm gonna go this way. Oh! I have to go. I'm so sorry. Okay. Kirby, no! Alright, Yoshi, don't die in one hit this time. Yoshi's already almost dead. I just spawned as him. Oh my god. Happy New Year, MSK. Yoshi always gets baited and trolled. Hi, Marshall. Girl, stand up. I like that they, like, the reveal of this person being Rob was such a gag, but Robs are everywhere. Like, when he takes off the cloak, he's like, I am Rob. I'm like, girl, we saw. I was not gagged. I was not pleased when that reveal happened. I was like, really? So sad, though. The Robs just literally killing themselves for the other Rob. I don't know why. What's the lore? Damn, Yoshi can run fast. Yoshi can run as fast as Kirby's star. That thing can travel faster than the universe in the speed of sound. So Yoshi can literally run as fast as the speed of sound. It's canon. Oh, I wanted to play as Diddy Kong, but it's fine. Rolling around at the speed of poop. Die. I love this level. I want to play a Donkey Kong game. Like, I want to play Tropical Freeze. I've never played it. I think Dixie's playable in that. She's usually playable in the Donkey Kong games. Never in a different game, though. They hate her for some reason. They're so lazy they don't want to model her ponytail. Ooh. Oh! One more time. Oh. Close. Oh! I almost got baited and thrown off by that thing. I honestly need to make like a list of games that I want to stream and then share it with you guys, and then you can tell me what you want to see. It's usually hard though because I'm pretty stubborn, so like I'll be like, I want to play this one day, and then the next day I'll be like, no. I definitely want to do more retro games though. Like this is really fun for me to do. I just like, we literally had so many AAA titles come out between November and December. I haven't really had a chance to like play older games. Exactly, Junior, that's what I'm saying. Inconsistencies. Disappointing. Okay. When I play a Star Fox game, just kidding. Those games literally look terrible. I would play it for the frog character and that's it. And Crystal. She has huge tits. You heard him. Here he comes. He's doing what? Hey, Kiros. Was the last Star Fox game really the one for the GameCube? Probably. Do we fight Rayquaza again? Oh, look at them chilling. They're cute. Oh! I forgot that happened. Oh, dodge. Get him! Save him! Bowser, you're a sick fuck. Oh shit. I forgot this happens. Yes! Femboy Falco enters. Yes. That ate. What the fuck? Diddy Kong's like, what's happening? Whoa! You see him taunt after he killed me? Toxic! Oh, shit. Monkey. Silly little gay monkey. Get him! Yes! That's one of my favorite interactions. So fucking cute. Okay, Falco and Fox fuck. I know they do. I just know it. Is there a secret cutscene? Real! What do we have to do to get the post-credit scene? We have to 100% get all the coins. Does Fox need me to help him in a room that there are no others? Or y'all can watch. I don't give a shit. Suspense, thank you for using your Prime on me. Enjoy the ad previewing and the emotes. Thanks, babe. Girl, please. I love this map. It's so pretty. For me, para me. There's also a rainbow in the back. LOL gay. Why does he have like a New York accent? Did Nintendo say that specifically? Don't try me. Me and my pizza. Me and the pizza. In New York. I'm with Maddie Cheap Cheap. Oh, well, he's dead. I could go for some pizza. Also, it's the new year, so I'm on my cleanse. Everybody needs to be careful because I'm on a cleanse right now. Like, I'm trying to do like a full cleanse for a week. So if somebody tries me, oh, it's over. Oh, I will fight. I'm gonna be so fucking grumpy. I guess. That's how Atlas does it too. Atlas is like, we don't want people to leak the cutscenes of the bosses. And I'm like, girl, please, just, it's not that serious. Oh. Oh, back to the research facility. I need a snack. Need something to chew on. I'm a bit peckish. Hands off my prey. Hands off my gay. I hate it once she gets her suit. Me too, honestly. Because then it takes away Zero Suit Samus and you can't play as her in the rest of the playthrough. Zero Suit Samus's big titties. Thank you, Pixel Lore. I really, really, really want another granola bar. I'm so sorry. That was so good. Girl, it makes me so mad. I'll try to shut my door and it never fucking shuts. Like, I need to get it fixed. Need to order groceries. I have like nothing to eat right now. Oh! Well. Oh shit. I'm eating a granola bar!
Continue.
No. That was so nasty. Let me eat my granola bar. What is happening? You're what? No one's allowed to like mac and cheese. No one. Ever. I'm being accosted. I'm being accosted by two Samuses. Why do people hate mac and cheese? Because it's... Nope, I'm not even gonna get into it. Don't even start. I will be the one person on this earth that doesn't like mac and cheese. I will be the hater. I will be the center point. Oh! Well, now we're stuck with Samus. I'd love to try a Metroid game, honestly. She's so me. I've never played a Metroid game. Y'all know how I feel about space games. Oh, okay, wow. This section is poopy fart. Oh, wow. Whoa! I have to go. I'm so sorry. Can you please? Was that necessary? No!
Continue.
Right. I have to start all over. Oh no, it's just right here. All right, this time we got it. My God. Oh, the music here is good. Are you done? Fighting for my life against that one fucking enemy. I'm glad I did all that for a CD. A CD's nuts. Oh. The amount of people that wanted Ridley playable for so long. I was like, does it matter? Is it that serious? This boss fight's good though. Isn't Ridley from Metroid? The trailer where Ridley kills Mario. So real. Honestly, stand him for that. Pikachu has no thoughts behind those eyes. I think this is where we get Olimar. Yes, this is where we get Olimar. In Captain Falcon. When the Pikmin die, it's so sad. They're literal ghosts of, like, arise from their dead bodies. They need to make the Pikmin playable. I want to play as yellow Pikmin. God, I'm gonna be so serious to you guys, and I'm gonna keep my thoughts to myself, but if Captain Falcon wanted to have the roughest sex of his life with me, let's just say that. I would say the third one is good. I wouldn't say the older ones are good just because they're kind of outdated. I'd honestly wait for 4. That's coming from a retro gamer, but like the older ones are like weirdly like not saturated. They're like kind of like dark and like kind of scary. Not in the way of like the story is like dark and scary, but like the levels are dark and like muddy. It's not lovely in my opinion. I would say 3 is probably the best, but that's because like it's done in the new gen with like Bloom and all that fun stuff. Yeah, it's just a matter of taste, honestly. Oh, this is the one that Olimar has a shitty up smash. Isn't this the one where he can... I don't even think Olimar plays like this anymore. I think they completely redo him in the new games. Well, that up smash is shit. I just died because I couldn't do anything. He's hot! He's fine. Like, look at him. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Also, like, I think he has a dumpy. Like, damn, that fucking ass! Damn! I need him. I want him. And have you seen it without his mask? I don't need to see it off. It's cool. He can keep it on. I'm no king shamer. Leave your mask on, king. Free him. This is quite the squad. I forgot they were a thing. The Kong has been freed. The Dong has been released. Oh, the music here. Okay. Shakes my ass violently. Twerk off, twerk off. How's that twerk off with chat? Captain Falcon, no! See, that's what I was saying earlier, to my point. Like, they have so many franchises they could just, like, market off of, but they just are so weird about it. It took them so long to get a new Animal Crossing, right? Like, Jesus. They're just terrible. They are bad decision makers. Oh, they're so cute. I dance. Oh no, they're leaving. I haven't played it yet, but I have a copy of it because it's pretty rare to get, and I got it while I was in Texas. Oh, I forgot Ice Climbers are in this! Yes! Oh, this is about to be so cunt. Ice Climbers! Meta Knight, you have to wait for the others. Oh, jumps, jumps. Me and my oomphs. This is me and my oomphs. I once saw someone do an Ice Climbers look and it was so fierce. Oh my god, the Ice Climbers music, so good. Hey guys, guys. Thinking about how they couldn't be put into the Smash 3DS because they literally would crash the game. My oomph! Let go of my oompha! Are Ice Climbers, does anyone know the lore? Are the Ice Climbers like boyfriend and girlfriend, or are they brother and sister? Yeah, literally they were supposed to be in Smash Bros. I only know a couple things of T. I like going into the lore of it. They're brother sister? Okay, but they're trans brother and sister. Hi, Jonathan. The only tea I know from Smash is that Ice Climbers was supposed to be in the Wii U and 3DS version, but they didn't want to have like intersecting like casts. So like if somebody couldn't be in the 3DS, they couldn't put them in the Wii U version because they were supposed to go hand in hand. So the Ice Climbers couldn't, like, it would literally make the game break on the 3DS because Sakurai wanted to bring them back, but he couldn't. So that's why they're not in that version of the game, because it would literally crash the system. And then also on top of that, Dixie Kong was supposed to be in this game and Melee, but for whatever reason, Sakurai didn't think she would be as popular as she is and kept cutting her from the cast. So when they introduced Echo Fighters is why I'm so shocked Sakurai didn't add her, because he kept trying to put her in. He tried putting her in Melee and Brawl, but she didn't fit the cast, I guess. It's confirmed. He said in interviews, he's like, yeah, I wanted to put Dixie in and she almost was in. I think even in her trophy, in the trophy thing, it's like, this character was supposed to, it says something like that's basically confirms she was supposed to be in the game. Okay. Come. Come. He really likes cum. Yeah, he is just a Kirby recolor. He's literally just Kirby. There's actually an inverted Kirby skin in one of the Smash games, which is literally just Meta Knight. Oh shit. I love this part. The music here. This is from Kirby Air Ride. The music here. This is from Kirby Air Ride. The ice stage in Kirby Air Ride. I want to play Ice Climbers. Girl! Stand up. Hello? Stop this madness. Don't even start with me. Oh my god, they're everywhere, guys. Jump scare. Oh my Jesus, here we go. Okay, we're safe. For now. Where's the polar bear? I want to see him. No! They killed Nana! Wait, no they didn't. Did you know their names? Do you know the Ice Climbers' names? They have names. Girl, can you get up here? She's struggling right now. Look at Nana down there. Girl, get up here! Someone help my sister. Oomph is struggling. Girl, you got it! You got it! Okay, she's up. I got her. Okay. Oh, these fucking ice stop! Oh my god. I've had enough. Make it Nana just died! Why did she just die like that? That noise scared me. I can't even jump right now because there's no... I don't have Nana here. Okay. Girl. I did it. Jeez. Isn't Lucario up here? Yep. Remembered it. This did gag me. Wasn't this his first game as well? The stage on this with Palkia and Dialga is one of my favorite Smash stages ever. The gulp. I know Marshy loves Lucario. Girl, back it up. Easy. Skill issue. That stage was horrible. I actually don't like it. I said I liked it, but I regret. Oh, besties. Girl. The ice climbers fucking die? Are they good? Someone help them. Oh, they're good. Oh, hey, squad's meeting up. When worlds collide. No, I don't want to play as them. Honestly, the other squad's kind of better, if I'm honest. My friend found Lucario hot. I mean, I'm not a furry, but I can appreciate when a character is attractive. Girl, why is there so much happening? Stop this madness. Oops. That almost killed me. I mean, they know their market, no? Wouldn't you? If you knew your fan base had a lot of, like, furry people, and then you're like, okay, well, I want to capitalize on this so they like it even more. Brawl had 39 playable characters while Ultimate has 89. Well, what's the original cast of Ultimate? The original cast is how many? Because DLC adds like what? Like 20 fighters or something? Oh my god, my body, I just need to like stretch out. I'm gonna lay on the floor for a second and stretch my body out. Oh my god. I wish I could stream from the floor. This is so comfortable. I get a green screen carpet. I just felt all my bones crack. The 76 base roster and 12 DLC characters? Oh, that's still a lot then, yeah. Oh, the reason Summer Rae was at the event tonight is because she lives in Nashville. Gotcha. I was literally like, why the f is she there? I'm so pretty. my god. All right. Enough laying around. Get a hairbrush. Jeez. Need a new unit. So bad. I got a 30-inch unit. Got my hair down to my ass. And I want lots of bundles in it. Might even buy some extra tracks to sew into it. My first human hair unit was here. Then this one's here, but it was a lot longer when I got it. Like, I looked back at old streams and I was like, damn, this used to be like... It used to have bundles in it, but after so many washes and so many wears, all the hair is just like falling out. Like, I need to get some more tracks for this. And then now I want hair all the way down to here. I didn't realize how long hair like all the girlies have. Like, I need longer hair. It needs to go all the way down here. Oh, I feel so much better. I feel all stretched out. That's good. Daddy, like, actually. They had him caked up in this game too. Like, damn! He's so fine. I'll say it. Oh shit. I agree. That's cute. Snake is so cute. Bye. He's like, oh, I wasn't supposed to be caught. Oopsie. Snake is DL down. Ooh, trick shot. Bonsley! Damn. Is that his only taunt? Oops. No! Fuck. Waddle-dee! When he ate the tomato, he went, tasty. Oh, I think I have to go back. Oh, there's still a couple. Need one more. Oh, it's right here. Perfect. Girl. Run. Okay, queens though, actually. Damn, look at that ass! I love the theme though when you fight these guys. Yeah, it was really creepy to me too. I was scared when I was a kid. I used to be scared of everything when I was a kid. Oof. They are rocking my shit. Okay, queens. The taunts? Oh, they're toxic. The AI is toxic. Hey, girls. I like, what? Peach and Zelda, like, escaping onto the ship. So cunt. This part, so good. She said, let me giggle. Oh, it's called the Halberd, not the Galford. Oh, this part used to sketch me out when I was a kid. I thought this was so scary when I was a kid. I used to roleplay in here too. Oh my god, Peach, do you see all of these enemies? Do you know what they're doing here? I'm so scared. I love the way Zelda looks in this game. Wow, what an icon. Think about the model is really pretty. I love the purple dress, the gauntlets on the shoulders. It's my favorite Zelda. That enemy just jumping off? Oh shit. Oof. This part? Unbothered fucking queen. Unbothered queen. That's my mother. Hi, Jade. So cunty. I loved that. Oh, so good. This game is fucking great. It's so cute. Like, where is the flavor? They never brought this back, never did shit like this ever again. Like, that was so good. Tea, anyone? They served quite literally serving tea. What the? I forgot they did this. Now, I don't know how that makes sense, but... Oh, that ass! It was behind me, but... Oh, wait a second, can we go back? Oh, it was there. Hi. Oh, baby. Hubba, hubba. The designs of all the enemies in these games, like in this mode, are really good. All this original concepts. Oh shit. We're already down a girl. Oh my god. Hi, Blue. Got you.
Hands off my prey. Hands off my prey.
Hands off, I'm gay. Mr. Game & Watch. Oh, Peach don't give a fuck. She said hello. I love her so much in this game. She has so much personality in this game. What the hell? She went, boop. She literally didn't care if that thing was about to kill her. I know, they have to. They have to know their market. They need to do like a girl boss princess game of just like Rosalina, Pauline, Princess Peach, and Daisy. Oh, this music. Good shit. I have it for the DS and I can stream it on my DS. That might be an idea for this month. I just don't know where to go from here. It depends on the day, honestly. Good night, Danny. Thank you for hanging. Girl, die. Girl, bye. That was close. Hey, besties. That's a lot of bombs. Girl. Kinda looks like a Kirby boss here. Good music. Is it the game where Peach? Yeah, she has the emotion powers. Like the hearts on the bottom screen. Well, that failed miserably. Oh, this is the game that if he does his side B, he can't recover. Can this thing die? Literally fighting for my life against this thing. thought there was another platform. We're already down 2 people and we just started the level. Ugh. Hopefully it's not a long one. Because Olimar's not going to be good here at all. Because he doesn't have his ability. His up smash. He's already at 72%. Like, what is the damage ratio in this? Like, what the fuck? Do I have to get all the pieces to this door? Oh my god. We're fucked. Oh shit. We needed that. Oh! Olimar, that was so close. Oh my god, very close call again. Enjoy the game. Thank you. Boston, are you gonna be in Boston for PAX East? There's probably gonna be a Celtics game or something. I don't know. Last year there was. It was a crazy weekend. Hey. Yeah, it's crazy. Shit is wild. It doesn't feel different to me. It's like not, it's like everybody's like Happy New Year and I'm like, woo, I guess. Still gonna be doing the same shit, you know? I am still in 2008. Real. Oh my god. It's actually 2013 now. We didn't go from 2022 to 2023. We went to 2013. Knock knock. Oh, okay. Oh, squad. Ganondorf. Ganondorf leading a terrorist group? Like, what is happening? What the? It's crazy you know what is happening without words. Like, this game does a really good job of it. Stop! Okay, that is creepy. Didn't enjoy that. Oh, can you do that to me? Okay, honestly, this gagged me. Period. I'll play as Rob. Why can I not play as Pikachu? What the fuck? So rude. IFC. I actually have the Rob amiibo. Well, because I didn't know, like, Rob was like a toy. Like, he's a Nintendo toy from back in the day. So when he, like, debuted in this, I was like, who the fuck is that? No! My God. What, the Rob stickers? Weren't they like toys at McDonald's? I swear you used to be able to get Rob toys at McDonald's, like early the years of McDonald's. Oh. Stop, that's so sad. Rob is just like, I want to save you guys. This was really sad. Yeah, I didn't use any of the stickers. I don't know what you're talking about. Actually confused. Finally, I can play as Pikachu. Why couldn't I play as him in the last scene? That was so rotted. We must escape. The killer is escaping! Pikachu with the gun is so cute! We're trying to go down, I guess. Baby, are you down, down, down? Oh. The sky is okay. Oh my god. Okay. Girl, fall. Stop this. What is happening? The stage is moving left and right and down. This is too much. Can these little fucks please stop it? Show me your boobs. I'm still fucking hungry, dude. We fight that twin thing again? I swear we do. Hey, twin. That was hot. Oh no, we fight Ridley. Ridley said, wait a second. Bitches, I'm back! This was a random squad too. Look at the selection we have here. Oh, we're being timed? Oh shit. Oh my god. I'm scared we're not gonna make the time limit. I thought it was a big one. Oh god. Oh my god. The time limit! The time limit! Oh my god, guys, we're gonna not do this. Stop this! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, thank god. If I would have died there, we would have been really close. Especially with Diddy Kong's damage probably not doing as much as the stronger characters. Oh my god. That was scary. Oh girl, we could have died in that. Oh. Jesus. Oh, is the whole squad gonna meet up? Oh, everybody's getting together. Oh, family reunion. Me and the oomps. Oh, oh, entrance to Subspace. I look around. I stare, blank stare. Now that is just a Final Fantasy thing. What is that? Girl, what the fuck? That's the Mako generator from Final Fantasy VII. Down. What did that just shoot at? Oh. Okay, that's a cool shot though. of those two working together. Fierce. Gasps! Oh wow. I don't remember this at all. This is crazy. Oh my god, we're all on there. Oh, just kidding. Got you. Oh, hee hee ho. The way they planned that, they gagged. Olimar's ship, that's so funny. Olimar driving the ship probably. Oh my god! Kirby's riding that! The Hydra! Okay, why did Kirby clock so good? Kirby literally gagged the shit out of them. And Kirby's just a pink orb. Olimar's struggling. Poor guy. Squad! Mr. Game & Watch in the back, please. Oh, select 4. Zelda down. Peach. Gonna say... Pikachu and Ice Climbers. My team is gay rights. Trans rights. Oh, this is so pretty. I love the way it looks. That's my mother. The way she walks is so fierce. Like, Twilight Princess Zelda's like stature is so good. Like the way she carries herself is so good. I would like that trophy. Okay, never mind, I guess. Everybody's been asking me to replay it. We were talking about it at the top of stream. Like, I got to like, I want to say like halfway. So like, if I were to stream it, I'd have to like do everything almost over again, which I don't know if I'm ready to do. Because like all the new stuff is like late game. Oh wait, she clocked. Damn. Fuck, I'm so hungry. Well, especially because I did the first, like that first temple, I've done like 10 times over. Because I've tried streaming it multiple times and I always get lost in it. Like, I'm so done. I guess, but I still have to, I would still have to progress in the game. Like, you have to get to Lake Hylia. I think I have a save file that's like just after the first temple or something. Or like in the middle of it. Because like literally we've tried streaming it 10 times over. I know I'll have fun when we do it because it just, I love Zelda games, but I just need that push to do it, you know? This part? Like, what did Bowser do to you? That was so nasty. Poor Bowser. Pete, Chewie, thank you for the follow. Fierce. One of the most iconic bosses ever. Like, Tabuu gagged. Oh, here it comes. I remember it. Everyone's dead. What are we gonna do? But wait, there's someone that can save the day. Oh wait, it's not yet. I remember this part now. Never mind, it's not Sonic yet. I remember this part. It's Luigi and the people that have the Dedede buttons on them. Ness. See, everybody gets taken away. It's the people with the Dedede buttons. Yep, I remember. Good morning. Oh. They're so cute. This squad is really cute. Good morning, Stormy. Guys, I really need to snack on something. I need to go get like some chips. Like, girl, I am so fucking hungry. I feel my stomach about to start rumbling. Oh, so good. Needed this. This chip is huge. It fell on my breast. Thank you, Gordon. Sorry, I just need to like, I really just need to chow down for a second. There's like no food in my stomach. We good. Perfect. Much better. Oh. High safety. Oh my god, I'm getting trolled. Ah! Thank you. I got some knit dresses for the winter season. It said this was supposed to be more of like a billowy sleeve, but it's whatever. I actually just got two. My other black hairbands broke. I was like, ah! So I haven't had them for a while to do a headband look, which is really sad because I like wearing a headband. Fuck. Oh shit. God, this level's so pretty. Oh, Donkey Kong. Oh, there was something down there. I don't want to miss anyone. Well, girls, please. Nice. I flopped. You're just a simple Pisces, chef. I need to buy vegan chicken tenders. Yummy, yummy in my tummy. Can you please? Oh, well, Ness is dead. What kind of fries, though? What shape? It actually tastes really good. Okay. What kind of french fries are you eating that look like penises? Huh? Hi, Curtis. I saw like a thing on Twitter that was like, they used like a picture of her like naked for the picture of the drama. I was like, what? Like, why use that picture of her? What did she do? Hello. Run! Girl. I'd be like, who are you, you no name? I'm gonna tweet at what's her name. I'll defend Kelly. I'll fight for my life for Kelly. That's my mother. She birthed me. Can you please stop? Diddy! Captain Falcon. Mario. Captain Falcon. Why am I like literally getting my shit rocked? Can you guys please? Okay, we came from that door over there. I see you as more of a King Dedede. I didn't get Peach. I did see that. I'm doing good, Demon Gaming. What the? Master hand dead in the back? Poor guy. Bro just wanted to vibe. Is so me right now. Real. Okay. No, it's really dark in this one. I think it's because it was rated T for teen. Oh, Vor. That thing is scary, yeah, that scared me when I was a kid. Not now, but... Actually, it scared me today. Like, I actually peed my pants, it scared me so bad. Yeah, you saw it here first. Fucking Bowser, every time I have a fight with him in this story, he literally has that fucking flower and won't let go of it! I fucking had enough of your shit! Watch this. I'm about to clock him. Exactly. One more time. My God. Excuse me. It's Kirby! Why did he get revived? Oh, because he ate one. He went, yummy. Fruit snack. He's so funny. I love him. Oh, there's Peach. You. Hello? Adventure time. Come on, grab your friends. I never watched that show. I was never a fan. Sorry about that. Hiya! Real. That's actually what I was watching instead. I'm not even lying. Also, some of it kind of scared me from that show. It was like, what's happening? Oh. Yabi! We have to go get Yabi. I got Yabi. The music is kind of scary too. Lucario. My number one is Lindsay, 100%. But then second place is tied between Heather and Gwen. Hi, Maddie. Welcome back. Oh, Kirby said hi.
Hey, Stinky.
Oh, Kirby. What a wonderful time I'm having, Maddie, cheaping, poopy, fartin. All right. Well, that was unkind. I am having a very excellent time. Very excellent indeed. Ah! Something in my throat. Okay. We need the ice climbers. We got the ice climbers. Can you please have class? Oh. Snake. That's actually you, Talos. You're Snake. Can you please? Thank you so much, SB. I didn't plan on it, but I just wanted to wear this new dress I got, and then this headband I got. So I guess things just happen that way. What am I holding? Oh, fart cloud. I hope we got everybody. Okay, all right. Kirby said, what the? Kirby's like, Oh, that's cute. He hugged him. Oh, now they're holding hands. Oh. Oh, they went, yes. Nods, nods. We must work together. The way they're so unbothered when he was literally trying to kill them the entire game. She's so queenly. Okay. Mario, please. Look! Girl. Ganondorf. I think we have everybody. The Great Maze. Gasps. I gasp. The gasp I gasped. Oh my god, I remember this! It's like classic mode. You have to fight through everything. This was fun. This is good. My boobs look very bountiful today. Too bad you guys can't see them because I'm wearing black. Yes, I look very pretty. Thank you so much for complimenting me. What is this? Oh. I enter. It's boss time. It's game time. Okay. We have to be serious. Oh! What did I just pick up? Oh, I picked up the bunny ears. Oh! Oh, I'll take that. Ow, my breasts. No, I think it's this way. Not sure what the objective is or what we're working towards, but there it is. You have to find the doors with the smoke on it. Then I think they lead to bosses. Yep. Oh, the music. Oh. No! So early too. We have so far to go. Got him. The way some of these maps are so pretty, but you can't use them in your casual playthroughs of like playing with other people. So sad. Girl, back it up! The fuck was that? Oh, that's right. We have to go through the entire thing again. We have to find all the doors with bosses on them. That's right. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, the music here. Fuck. I'm gonna shit. Work. Oh. I think this is the checkpoint room. Yep. Nice. I don't think you're supposed to be able to do that, but I bring back Zelda, and what about it? Wait, thank you for the follow. Soy, thank you for the follow. Work. Okay, we're taking a lot of damage already. Please stop hurting my woman. Let me be your woman. Curtis, we got less than 20 days till new Fire album. I'm so fucking ready. I'm ready to run to Best Buy to hopefully get a digital deluxe. I'm ready to be up that entire day. You are really pretty. Why do you have a man voice? I don't know. Just built different, I guess. Do you have anything else you'd like to say to entertain me? Aw, man. No, it's okay. I forgive you. It's okay. I just can't live my life without you, please. Acha. Hi, kitten. $200 for all of you. Are you gonna donate it? I'm ready. I'm from Ohio. That's nice. I'm from my house. Diddy Con, you're so silly. I tried pre-ordering the digital deluxe of the new Fire album, but it literally said it was out of stock everywhere. I'm like, okay. I from your house too? I don't think so, baby. Not possible. Yes, look. Where? Girl, please. Exactly. If I give you $100, will you let me take you by the hair? Yes, I will. Donations first, please. Money up front, baby. I have 2 copies of Brawl, actually. I have no idea why. It's just hanging. What do you mean it doesn't let you play Zelda? I hope so too. Well, I know GameStop, their policy is that if somebody doesn't pick up the pre-order by 48 hours, they can hand it out. But that's because I used to work at a GameStop, so we would like just, if we wanted it, we were like, okay, pre-order, wait till they, you know, flop. But I'm not trying to wait 48 hours. I hope you have a pussy. Huh? I do have a cat, actually. His name's Monty. I'm still waiting for that $100, baby. Where is that at? Come on. You can have all of my pussy for the $100. I'm ready. I'll give it. I'm sure Monty will be pleased. Do you hear him? He's about to die. He blocked it! Why do you miss that? All right. You're done. I've had enough time playing with you and your little friend that said I have a man voice. Fun's over. Thank you for the TikTok content. Wait, I'm gonna die if I lose this fight. Let's not do that. Oh my god! He's about to kill me. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Phew! That was scary. Aw. Oh my god, that's right. You have to fight every single one of these guys to get to the end boss. Well, chat. We have... We have about 30 bosses left. Right. I'm serious, yeah. Why would I lie to you? really cutting it close here. Oh. Okay. Oh! Phew! We need to get a checkpoint. We need to find one of those checkpoint doors. There should be one up here. Oh my god, please don't hurt me. Please, please, I have a family. Where the fuck is the checkpoint door? Girl. Ah! Girl, don't go in there. Oh my god, Diddy Kong, you fucking idiot!
Continue.
Oh, it just starts us here. Okay, perfect. I thought it was gonna start from the last save. What is that? Oh. I guess that was better for us. We don't have to do the checkpoint door now. Oh, hi, Pikachu. Oh, shit. Bro is feisty. Oh, wait. Never mind. Skill issue. I was playing Overwatch yesterday, and some guy literally every time I would like die because he was playing Hanzo and I was playing Widowmaker, he would say sniper diff. Dot. I can't. I was literally like, you're such a loser. There was no point in coming in here, actually. We missed. Oh, fuck. We missed 2 fights. I hope we can go back around. Because if not, I'm going to have to literally go all the way. That's Fox and Mario. It might be worth it to go back now. I feel like it's gonna go back around though, like it's gonna loop back around. Someone even follow. Oh my, I have to do all this? For real, for real, for real, for real? Okay. Of course he survived. Hi from France. Hello. Welcome in. Thanks for coming by. We're doing Subspace Emissary for the Wii. Smash Bros. Brawl. These things are so annoying. These like wind blowy guys. There's got to be something over here. It's just a trophy. That is so fucked. Please. Real. Oh, this is cool. I like this map. All right, I'm out. I'm not dealing with that. Who is it? It's probably Samus. Oh! I don't think that's Samus. Close, close. Fuck. Ooh, need that. It was a baby one. I thought it was a big one again. I keep getting baited. That was good. Checkpoint door. Perfect. I need to go to the bathroom. I didn't think we were gonna get this done in one stream, but I think we are. Hi, Epi. What do I want my last one to be? Pikachu. Oh, it was Diddy Kong before. I'm like, who was it before? Happy New Year to you as well. I do have to use the restroom. I know you just came here, but I really have to go to the bathroom, so I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Thank you. You always look beautiful. Thank you for coming and stopping by. I miss you. Ready? Hello. Share stream. I wanted to get coffee, but I already know this is gonna spill if I do this. I want to put this coffee in here, but I already know it's gonna spill. Basically, oh my god, what the fuck? Why does gravity do that? Not as bad. I think I just put my hair in it. Oops. Oh well. Hello, I'm back. Yes, I am. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I have been craving IHOP for like a week now, and I told myself I was gonna eat healthier this year, so I'm like really trying to fight against the urge to order it. I'm on it. Like, I literally am gonna be such a monster. Like, no pun intended, because I'm trying to diet and I'm trying to like stop binge eating. I didn't think binge eating was that much of a problem for me until like recently. Like, all I can do is just think about having more snacks. And I'm like, stop. Like, literally stop. But like, I can't just like not feed my body, you know? But, like, I need to proportionize, like unironically proportionize. Cause like, I just keep making really big meals and it's not the tea. I would like to lose a couple pounds. What's nutrition mean? See, I don't even know what it means. Is there something this way? We don't know her. How did I get here? What is happening? Well, my mom made some really good like vegetables the other day. I'm like, girl, hand it over. Like, I want to try. My big thing is that I just don't want to fucking buy food I know I'm not going to eat, because then I'm wasting my fucking money. I hate wasting money. I do. I like to spend money, but I don't like to waste it. Green beans? Probably not. Oh my god, that was so close. No, that sounds gross. I'll have other greens, not green beans. See, yeah, like, I'd want baked veggies. I don't want, like... Ugh. Like, wet? Like, stop. Enough. Oh, well, he got clocked. I love seasoning, though. Seasoning fucks my shit up. So good. Please do, because I'm good at baking. I just don't have the materials. Ah, that coffee tastes so good. No, I couldn't get my... I can barely go in my kitchen now as it is because my mom's dog hates me and she'll attack me. So that's why I'm up to the depths of the night, because the dog is put away. So I can have free reign in the kitchen. Because if the dog is out, the dog will attack me and bite me and bruise me. Don't. You know I'm not going to eat gravy. You literally know I'm not going to eat gravy. But I don't think you need gravy to eat veggies. I don't think you need wet shit to eat veggies. Why is everything wet? Stop! Why is everything wet? I've had enough. Gotcha. That's fair. I'm kind of leaning towards the same way. Like I want to eat, like, if I'm gonna eat meat and I'm really trying to just like cut all meat out, I'd want it to, what the fuck? I'd want it to be plant, like vegetarian chicken tenders and stuff, and vegetarian like stuff like that, because that's like, I feel like that's a gateway. Like I definitely want to cut it all out completely, but I think it's a gateway and a good start. And then you can like start using like tofu to replace things. Like, it's just, it's a matter of getting there. You can't do it overnight. I mean, you're changing your entire diet. Your body has to adjust to it, you know? Your body's gonna be like, what is happening? You're trying to eat healthy, girl? Not Duncan, please. They're so bad. My sister, you guys want to know some tea about Duncan? My sister used to work at Dunkin' Donuts up until a couple days ago, and she walked out. She said, I fucking quit this shit. Because they would literally, they would schedule her on shifts. They would schedule her on shifts with people that were not trained, so she'd have to do everything herself, and they wouldn't speak English, so my sister couldn't communicate with them at all, which like isn't a problem at all. But like if my sister was gonna train them, my stepsister couldn't do anything. She was literally like, what am I supposed to do? Like literally, and they would do it intentionally to my sister so she would struggle while the other people would get scheduled on the like cool people shifts because they didn't like her. Yeah, it's hard. Well, especially like Dunkin' Donuts too. Could you imagine doing like fast food and like I would understand like maybe like if you could slow it down a little bit and like communicate with like your coworkers, but like fast food is like Dunkin' Donuts is like another driver, another club, another club, another club, coffee, this, that, and you have to like pick up so much, like, and like not being able to communicate, like it sounds like a nightmare. But I feel like it could have probably like been resolved in the long run, but right now my stepsister was like, nah girl, I'm done, I can't. They're like intentionally trying to screw me over. I remember we drove her on Christmas Day. She had to work Christmas Day, guys. We drove her Christmas Day at 5:30 in the morning because they wanted her to be there at 5:30. Her manager didn't get there and we were sitting in the parking lot for an hour. Her manager didn't get there until 6:30. We were literally sitting there an hour because me and my mom wanted Dunkin' Donuts, so we were like, we'll just wait, like we'll be whatever. Like Christmas morning. Like we understand it's Christmas morning, but if you told her to be there at a certain time, girl, you better be there. Right or wrong. You're the manager, set the standard. So unprofessional. I would have been like, so you're gonna pay me for that hour that you told me I was gonna get? I would literally say that. I literally wouldn't even care. Well.
Continue.
A gaga, gaga. Yeah, it was time and a half. But still, Christmas morning, I was like, it was like one of the only places open, like across the entire country. Dunkin' Donuts. What the fuck? Oh, that explains it. Oh my god, 3 of the main bosses in a row. Jesus Christ. Did you guys see they're adding Bayonetta to Genshin? One of the basically one of the gods in Genshin. I'm not even lying to you guys. One of the gods in Genshin, she's like a bird and they call her Cloud Retainer, and she's apparently getting a human form and it looks basically identical to Bayonetta. Let me pull up the pic. Let me turn the brightness down. Girl, that's Bayonetta. Stop leaking Bayonetta 4. Sorry. Oops. What do these like portals do? Hold on. Good night, Epi. Thank you for hanging. The way he actually blocked me is actually hilarious. He retweeted me too. Get my view count up. My character tripped! No damage, I got a perfect. Eat. Let's eat! I don't know. Can I get that, please? The red heels? Peach, you fucking better. I love women, I love women, I love women. Women, women. I'm gonna die. Just kidding. Okay. Yeah, there's one right here. Oh, does this mean the save doors? Wait, there's no way. The smack noise gets me every time. Smack! Oh, they are the doors. We didn't miss any. That's embarrassing. I'm good, Nordy. Thanks for asking. Maybe I missed some? I don't know. There is two directions. The right of map. I knew that was gonna kill her, like, so stupid. Not what I wanted to do. Oh my god. Good night. No one wants to stay up late with me. Okay, we have to go all the way to the right. Why would you bring my mother into this? Oh! I walked through the door, true. Okay, so... oh, this is a save door. Brawl. Okay, we can go this way. Wait. Oh, you little sneakington. Okay, not what I was expecting. Please. I can't believe Shinsuke went to New Japan Pro Wrestling for a night after Triple H approved it and did a gay kiss. You better. Gay rights. The way Sasha retweeted it. I think Sasha did, yeah. She just retweeted something with Shinsuke in it. I was like, okay, supporting each other. I'm gonna kill him with a peanut gun. I actually did. Epic moment. Oh. Now wait a second. I know. She's not gonna be able to call her moves, any of that. She's not gonna be able to... It's gonna be so rough getting used to. But I'm excited to see her in the ring again and see where she goes. I'm happy she's doing what she wants. These remixes are so good. Oh, fuck me. My little peanut gun. Okay. He broke my shield! Why do they taunt me? That is so toxic. She could have picked any other song, and she chose that one. Real. She's so... I want to love her, please. And I do. If you love someone, you be a realist with them. Not too much now, Marshall. She's on Twitch. She comes into the chat. What did you say? Does the page turner on you? Oh, you'd be done. This music, I shake my ass. I don't know. I was trying to look for Ethel Cain and Ethel Cain wasn't on there, but I guess no one wants to listen to our president who stands Ethel Cain. What? Or previous president, excuse me. But Ethel was not on the top 100. I was blocked. And okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I love Adele. That list is bizarre and it has nothing to do with the artist, but they literally had Adele higher, like at, I think it was 23, and they had Dolly Parton at 27. I was like, put some respect on Dolly Parton's name. She defined country. I don't even like country, but Dolly Parton should be top 10. That woman is a icon. I'm dead serious. She was 27 or something. 20. It was like a 5. It was like. All I know is that. She was lower than Adele and Little Richard. And I love Little Richard, but like, I just think Dolly Parton deserves like the highest status to me. That woman is magic. But to be fair, I haven't heard Little Richard's music, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, she sets the standard for country. Like, if you're gonna do country music, you're like Dolly Parton. Like, I don't think there's anybody else in country music you could say. What are you gonna say, Blake Shelton? Give me a break. Sorry. Can you tell I don't like that man? That... she's problematic. Don't talk about her. Guys, she's problematic. I don't know. I remember seeing it though. This one time, I think that something you said like really rubbed me and really don't have the receipts. There was something. Are you gonna watch the Last of Us series? No. Absolutely not. Last of Us is actually dead to me. Not gonna explain why. That'll work. Yeah, Carrie Underwood doesn't stand anywhere next to Dolly though. Like, let's be real. Oh my god, you know who compares to Dolly Parton? That hot guy that wears a mask and makes country music. He's really hot, and I think he does a really good job. Sorry, that's so nasty of me. Not Dream. Orville Peck, yeah. Listen, I'm all for like slay queer people in music, but like literally everybody, he took off his mask and everybody was like, oh my god, he's the one, he's so hot. He's literally a default sim. I was like, girl, please. Mm-hmm. Nice. You guys like that number? I need to go to the other teleport. I don't know, like, is it this one? I don't know. Excuse me. I need to go left? I don't even know, like, where to go. Like, where else do we really have to... Girl, IDK. It's called the Great Maze for a reason. Why am I fighting them? Just go in the door. So when is Fortnite gonna add the Kardashians as skins? They should do that. This might be death. Yep. It's when she couldn't recover from her side B. This game was so broken for some characters, like their sets made no sense. Totally. Especially you living in Texas. Well, I don't know, because last time I was in Texas, like everybody was okay with LGBTs there, so I don't know. What is this? Secret button? Real. Can these little fucks stop? Why do they get stuck on the wall in this game? It's so weird. Wait a second. Someone go look at the Rolling Stone list. If I swear to fucking God, if that Rolling Stone list does not have Big Frida or RuPaul in it, oh, it's a wrap. Oh, I'm gonna start swinging. Especially Big Frida. Put respect on Big Frida's name. How dare you? Don't include her. Oh, I will fight. I will fight. What is everybody talking about this song, ASMR Lover? Like, everybody loves that song on the TL. Hold on a second. Oh, this song. Y'all really like that? Sorry. You're doing great things, RuPaul. Love you, sweetie. Girl, please. So true. I love me some RuPaul. I'm gonna change my name to RuPaul. I'm gonna change my name to RuPaulina. How tall is RuPaul? Remember that episode of Total Divas when they had to get a big bed for big cast? Do they have to do that for RuPaul? Big cast, big Paul. She's so me. I would literally think that. I thought the bed came in pieces. Mike, you thought a mattress came in pieces? I know Mike was plucked. 6'4". Oh, that's not bad. How tall was Big Cass? Like 6'11" or something? 7'2"? Real. Well, how does she put sweatpants over the stilts? Fuck. Who's Diesel? Like the gas you put in your car? Yeah, you wish, Curtis. You too, Marshy. Short Kings. How do we see our progress? How many do I have left? Take some of mine. I don't like being tall. I don't like being big woman. Unless it turns people on, then I'm like, wow, I'm big woman suddenly. Bayonetta's hot. So is Lady D. I am just them. I said it earlier while you guys weren't in chat, but if this opportunity that is supposed to happen in the next 2 weeks doesn't actually happen for me and it gets canceled, it will break me and I will not be okay. So let's all pray and hope it goes together. I will actually be so heartbroken and crushed. Me about to start crying because I feel like it's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna cry on the live. I won't do that. I wish it would like say a check mark if like I've finished the area, because now I'm like, where the f do I go? If they're looking for good LGBT inclusion and they want to actually support that, then they need to add me. If not, I think it'll show some true colors. Oh, we do need to go this way. The game just trolling me? Did you see that? Oh, this is Rayquaza. This is the last boss. Well, I think we still have to find all the other guys. Okay, this is not Rayquaza. I am very wrong. Girl. Why is he so hard mode right now? What is happening? Locked. You heard me. Fuck. Wait, he did a split. Did you see that? So if this opens a new area. Okay, I'll go fuck myself. You're insane! How do you even do that? What is like the statistics? Like what makes you top 5? Like KDA? Congratulations, though. We did it. Oh, Torchic! Oh, that's kind of like Overwatch competitive. Or at least comparatively to compare it to something, because I have to compare everything for it to make sense. I'm genuinely lost on where to go. Like, I have no idea where to go. They don't call it a great maze for nothing. Please. I'm being attacked. I'm being attacked. Help me. Looks like I need to go to the left. Oh yeah, that's right, we didn't adventure this. That was so nasty. How do you like it? You fucking bitch! Exactly. Literally clocked so fast. Moving on. Okay, I can't go this way. Thank you for coming, Gordon. Oh my god. Okay, from here we have to go... Oh, I sure will, baby. I have to go up. Up, 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 up. Sing, 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 sing. We're flying, we're singing, we're flying and we're singing. Come fly with us. Come fly with us. Got a lot of crazy tombs to bust. Da, da. Come fly with us. Come fly with us. I forgot the next lyric. I think it's Alejandro. Oh, actually, I think it's, dude, this is messed. We're singing in a plane. What do you expect? Chris is freaking insane. Haha. I don't remember the rest. All the men. I don't listen to men. I think down to the right, it looks like that room is like really long and there's nothing at the end of that room. Maybe? I'm looking for dots that aren't connected to anything. There's a dot top right that is not connected. Should also reset our characters. Not Mario, please no. Make it stop. I've had enough. I think this is the right one. Yep. Then we go out the door to the we have to go down. I don't know, dude. Down. Yes. I went the wrong way. We have to go right and then down. Top right, then down. No. Yes. No. Let's see. We haven't been here yet. Nice. This might be Rayquaza. Nope. We're good. Got him. Oh, nice. Kind of worried though, because we need to go to that other area that we're in. Is there anything down here? Nope. Just an angry sheepy. Olimar. This has to be Olimar. Yep. The music here is so good. Bro is just hopping around. Do you want to fight? Like, what is it? Welcome back, Manny. From your third nap of the day. So real. Okay, I don't think there's anything else in this. Can I please just walk past this thing? Thank you. Wait, I could fall down here. This is a lie. I shouldn't have done this. I thought it was a secret. I thought I remembered a secret being down there. I lied. That's a little unfortunate, but it's okay. We take these. Oh, this is so comfortable on my back. How joyous, Maddie. How joyous for you to join us, Madicals. Okay, up this time and then down. Baby, are you what the? Shawty's got a eeny, meeny, miny, mo mama. Fight me! You flop! You idiot man! Gag him! Make him suffer! He's dead. Exactly. Hey, twin. When an ugly bee calls you twin. Sorry, I just love saying that. Maddie, that dress you wore on your birthday, I have the same, I like have a very similar dress. Hey, twin. I think you're lovely. And your mom. Maddie smells like beef. I smell like beef. I lost the key! Did it. Who we fighting? Mr. Gay and Watch. This guy is such a troll character. And Smat in the new one. The taunt? I thought that was unnecessary. Not the penis pump.
Piece of cake.
Piece of cake. quick. Girl! Where the F-U-C-K am I supposed to go now? Sorry, I shouldn't curse. I'm so sorry. Did we go that way? I think that's where we came from. How do I see my what the fuck? How do I see my progress? Why is this not a room I can teleport in? This is stinky. Because he fucked my wife. SpongeBob fucked my wife. I hope they are happy together. Okay, wow. I think I need to go bottom left. Oh, there's nothing at the end of this hall. I see two. A kernel. Maddie, you look like a popcorn kernel. Gagged you so fast. I'm not gonna lie, I was just eating popcorn kernels last night. I'm that low in my life. Just chewing the fuck out of those popcorn kernels. Oh, I'm Captain Falcon. Oh shit. This is gonna be a lot. Especially as Captain Falcon. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, not these things again, dude. Oh my god. Hi, Sky. Oh my. Bruh. These ladders are so improperly placed for movement. I don't know why I was just eating popcorn kernels. Like, that's really bad for your teeth, but I was like, oh, I want to just chew on these. And I was just kind of dipping my fingers into the salt and just eating the salt. Because I'm insane. I don't know why I shouldn't have. We are not model role citizens. Oh! Knee to the face, bitch. Watch this. Oh! Oh. Why would you put parsley on the kernel? Is that bad? Are you not supposed to do that? What is parsley supposed to do? Real questions. Oh, hi, Ganon. Okay. Toxic. Smack him. He's dead. I thought he was actually dead because his recovery in this game is shit. Parsley's a vegetable? Now wait a second. Give me this. End him. Look at that! We only need Wario, Luigi, Ike, Rayquaza, Lucario, and Marth.
Sweet.
We're so close. We're definitely doing this tonight. I didn't think we were gonna get this one done in one stream because I thought this section was gonna be a lot longer, but it actually isn't taking long at all. I really think this dress was a waste of money. I really like it, but I'm never gonna wear it probably out, but I think it's really cute, but it doesn't read well on camera. Why did it teleport me here? Oh, wait, why is that there? That's such a weird spot for that. Okay, purple. We need to remember this room right here. That middle one is where we need to go. Please leave me alone. There's Marth. Literally same. Oh, fuck. That's it. Nice. Oh, that insta-kills. I almost literally just got hit with the insta-kill. That would have been so sad. Does this take us to a new area? No, it does not. So we have to go all the way back down. I know where Lucario is. Lucario's at the top of the Ice Climber Mountain. Wait, does this take us back to the beginning? Can you fuck off? It does. I love life. Oh, it doesn't. Pretty close. Okay, thanks, asshole. Actually, wait. Same, literally. And I was cheering. When Blythe came out as the DLC, everybody was booing, and I was like, yes! Oh well. Being a Fire Emblem stan is good because it's Sakurai's favorite. And Nintendo loves Fire Emblem, so you just win if you like Fire Emblem. Just be better and like the game, because then you're gonna love Nintendo games more because they love Fire Emblem more than anything. So just get good, I guess. It's a skill issue. Not what I wanted to do. I forgot that her down B isn't the move you're supposed to do in this game. Oh. That's awkward. I know, I'm so I'm shaking and like I just want the new game now. Like I'm so fucking excited. Like you have no idea. Like Three Houses was so fucking fun. Like, and I'm in such a dry spell right now. Like I just can't wait to get my hands on the new one. And it looks so good. Like the gameplay, like everything about it. I knew this was gonna be a little one. I hate my life. Nice. So that was Marth, Ike. So we need Wario. Wario, Lucario, and Luigi and Rayquaza are left. Lucario's at the top of the mountain. And Luigi and Wario are probably in the area they're found in the playthrough. Actually, they're probably in two different spots. Because Wario is in the area that, I don't know, I'm just speculating here out loud. Trying to fill the air. That was literally so nasty. Did you just see that? The fuck was that for? Oh well, Falco's probably better here anyway, because he has a lot of mobility in the air. And damage numbers. Okay, that was really delayed. I really hope when we go through this and fight the boss in it, it teleports us somewhere so I don't have to climb back down the mountain, but we'll see. I still want to do a Constance cosplay from Three Houses, Curtis. Constance is one of my favorite characters. I love her gimmick of like, when she's in the light, she's upset. That's so me. Vampire ass, bitch. I love her. I knew it was gonna be a little one again. Can I kill him while I'm tiny? Nope. This death? Nope, but I'm gonna take him with me. Oh, that was such a pro play of me. Damn, that was so good. Slay. Okay, we're back to the beginning. What's that? What is that? Oh, it's showing me the last locations of the last 3. That's what it's doing. Oh, you see right there. Look right there. Top left of that big square with the gem in the middle. That's nice that they show you the last 3 because, like, damn. Okay. So we have to go bottom left. And then we go up. There should be a door that we haven't gone through at the top of this level. Perfect. Up we go. Yep, we haven't gone this way. This is gonna be Luigi. Maybe Rayquaza, actually. Nope, it's Wario. I thought that was death. You know, Falco has a spike. If you land this in the air above somebody, they will get spiked down. It's a very calculated risk, but you can pull it off. Damn, I missed. And I die. I die for it. Because this game's recovery is shit. This is like the era that was like, if you get knocked off, like the era of like Smash, they were like, if you fall off the map, that sucks. Like, a lot of the characters don't have mobility after they use their moves. Zelda, Captain Falcon, Falco. Work. Oh my god, this is so clean. Like, when I played this for the first time, they were so scattered, but the last 2 we need are right here. Oh! Oh my god. That was so close. Oh! The game trolled me. Are you serious? That is so... nasty. Oh, the music! I don't want to fight you. I want to listen to the music. God, we should replay Luigi's Mansion on stream, honestly. What a classic. Love that fucking game. Can you believe it's already been a year since we played it on stream? A year and a couple months. And I'm not saying that because of the new year. I'm saying it because it was 2021 when we played it, and now it's 2023. When I did my Cruella look. One of my faves. One of my fave looks ever. Hey, Alex. In 4 months, it'll be my partnerversary. It'll be 1 year being a Twitch partner. Can you believe it? Never thought we'd be here. In May 2023. Remember, it was the first week of May. I think it was May 2nd. I'll seriously never forget it. Yep, May 2nd. On my Twitter. That's funny. I guessed. Wait, crazy how this worked out. The last one we're gonna do before the final boss is a mini boss. Could have done it in any other order, but we're getting Rayquaza before the final boss. Rayquaza is one of the best legendaries. I'll say it. Deoxys is also very, very slept on. Deoxys is one of my favorite legendaries. That's a queen. Neb's path to partner should be taught in school. Real. Real. It's not about the numbers game, it's about the content and the work you do. Honestly, probably did everybody a little couple favors that I got it. You know. I think everybody's come to the consensus that Twitch is like, they need to fix their partner applications. So glad I got it, but that's because people took like time to like be like, okay, this person is a good fit. Well, that's all 35 bosses. So now we go to the boss store. Can I teleport there or do I have to walk? I have to walk. Actually, no. Yes. So I have to go right, then down. Right, right, right. Right. Then we go down. That was faster than I expected. Oh my god, this is the Kirby Air Ride music again. Love that theme song. Struggling. Oh my god, fighting for my life to hit this lever. We got it, y'all. Jesus. Oh, y'all? Let's do this thing. Walks in demurely. Who is that? Gasp! It's Sonic the Hedgehog! He's so hot! Real. Okay, I actually have to think about this because Tabuu is actually a really hard boss fight. I don't think Peach and Zelda will be good picks for this. Maybe Zelda. I don't know about Peach. Oh my god, the music. I'm pretty sure he has a move that insta-kills you. Oh! Already down a guy. That's it. That's the insta-kill move. Oh! Oh! So close to recovering from it. But that's the insta-kill move. Hey, Sonic. I forgot he's in Smash. I never play as him. Oh! That was close. Oh, wow. We're already half. He's half, but I'm half. I don't know if Pikachu was a good pick for this. What the? I think I should have chose Fox and Snake and Ike. Heavy hitter guys are good in this fight. What the fuck? This is one of the best boss fights though, I have to say. Like, if you're a Smash fan, you know this fight. This was history. Fuck! Oh my god, he's so close. I have 2 people left. We can do it. Come on, Zelda, end him. No, this is the insta-kill move! Zelda, no! Come on, Rob, take it to him. Yes! Rob clears. Roberta. So pretty. Oh, that's it. Work. We did it. Oh, it's the translation. Work. I didn't know there was a translation in lyrics. I thought it was just like a lot of oh yo. I mean, it is, but I didn't know it translates. You're welcome. That's so pretty, though. I don't think I unlocked everybody. We're missing characters. Where's Wolf? I think Wolf's a secret character, actually. Oh, this part? And that's a classic. I can't believe I did that in one stream. I remember that being a lot longer. I wish they would do something like this nowadays. I would make it its own game, honestly. If they're that afraid. Like, almost like Multiverse of Madness, like Marvel, but like video game style. They should do it. Nintendo, pick up the phone. Exactly. Oh, it's 3 a.m. How long was that? 7 hours? Not bad. Not bad at all. I don't know what our next journey is. I definitely want to make sure I have room to finish something before Fire Album. Which, it's still a couple weeks out, but I don't want to start something super long on, like, the 12th, you know what I mean? Because the 20th, it's like, I'm booked. Like, it's Fire Album until February. It won't be, I have to press a button. Spades. I thought I had to press a button. The end. How beautiful. Why did I get 77%? Probably not. I didn't get all the trophies. Hello? Right. Okay, alright, alright. Is it Jigglypuff in this game too? Was she oh. 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 Well, welcome in, everyone. Okay. Oh, wow. Alright. Okay. Oh. There's room for everybody. Okay. Oh, that's enough slices! Right. Okay. All the new characters. Yeah, I think Wolf and Jigglypuff are... I think you have to do classic mode. Did they have final smashes in this?
Falco. Ganondorf. Yoshi. Zelda. Samus. Captain Falcon. Sonic. Peach.
We didn't have Daisy and they would just do Peach recolors. So rotted. Well, that wraps that up, everybody. Actually, I'm going to keep it there because on the Wii U, it has my redacted name. Oh my god, I forgot I'm doing Windows. I can't believe we did that in one stream. Insane. Skill issue. All right, I mean, let's decide on our next journey, shall we? Let's look around. Curtis, I think I'll be playing the game relatively late. I think I'll probably be awake and I'm probably gonna go to Best Buy when it opens, but I'm probably gonna nap before then because knowing my sleep schedule, I'm probably gonna be up all night and then I'm gonna have to stay up to make sure I get there early. So, I love your sweater. Thank you. It's actually a sweater dress. Isn't it cute? Thank you, Cammy. It has like this weird, I think it's supposed to like, do you see how it like goes in? I think it's supposed to like fold over, or you're supposed to get a belt like where that folds in. There's like, it like has a personal cincher in it, which is cute. Skinny. Yeah, good idea. That's smart. You're also on a normal person's. I got another pretty sweater dress that I'm gonna probably wear next stream. I destroy my hangers. It's another tan knit, but I mean, am I? I don't know. How am I supposed to know? You don't respond to my messages. You leave me on red. Oh. All right, let's look at our Wii games because I have my Wii set up. Like to knock out some Wii games while we have this thing. Oh, you fell asleep for 24 hours until this moment, so you didn't want to respond? Okay, got it. That's fine.